Hey everyone, welcome back to the Separate Chains Devstream. Tonight I have Ink with me, and we're going to be attempting to add a new monster to the game for the first time ever.
And it's gonna be great.
It's going to be something.
Potentially more crazy than last time.
Yeah, so in case anyone wasn't here for the last stream, I'm just going to go ahead and fire this up and you can see what we were working on. I just updated the code, so it's going to take a minute to compile.
All I remember last time is a lot of mobs at once.
It'll be worth the wait. Very, very worth the wait. Alright. I'm just gonna load up a save from random spot and we will get into a fight.
Um,
Yep.
that's a lot of little things there.
It's the exact right amount, actually.
So is there a grid or is it just tiling down as like to infinity?
I just did some very simple math to put them into like a reasonable formation.
They're definitely in formation. They're ready to go march to war or something.
I really hate that when they attack, they get out of sync. Oh look, it's finally our
Oh, they
turn.
nice. Wait, does the turn order not break with that many? That's impressive.
Nope, it works just fine. And now we are going to use the most ominous attack.
The suspense. Wow.
Like, the game handles this, like, amazingly well. I didn't have to
You
change
didn't.
that many things.
Wow, that's pretty cool considering it's LED code. So
Yeah. Now, it was the biggest issue was just getting them all to well, getting that many monsters to actually like load their textures and stuff correctly. Um, the way that the game normally loads enemies is that every single possible combination, like every encounter, is hard coded in the game and has its own like duplicate copies of the monster textures. So like
nice.
uh, if you had like a fight where I don't know, you had like a Trent and a Run Fast, there will be like one folder on the disk that has a copy of both of those textures in it, and then they get loaded into the VRAM. Um, and there's only enough room for 3 different monsters to be loaded at once. So you can only have 3 unique monsters. But anyway, we pulled the textures out of VRAM, which was built on top of some code that I wrote previously. And that same
So
code is
did
going to
you
come in
add
handy
a
here now too.
yeah, did you add a folder or did you hijack it in code to have a new type of encounter?
So what it does is it actually basically searches for the first encounter that has each enemy, and then it just grabs like one copy of each texture and loads them.
Oh, nice. So but you're still limited to 3 in combat though, right?
No, any number, because it no longer loads the textures into the emulated VRAM. Uh,
That's sounding really nice for mods, so
yeah, it is. And I mean, it's going to be really nice for what we're doing here tonight, which is adding an entirely new enemy.
what type of enemy did you have in mind? Or does that depend on the limitations we're gonna have to figure out?
That is a really good question. Um, we're going to be kind of starting from scratch. We are going to be using existing assets, just because, it would take a very long time, and that's not very good content for
Hmm.
what's supposed to be a fairly short and snappy dev stream. But we're
So,
gonna see what we can cobble together for some unique AI or something.
excellent. So we're gonna crash on the first build, right?
Oh, definitely. It's gonna be all crashes all the time.
So do you know where to like start or what's going on there?
Well, we have, if this ever finds it. So we've got monster battle object. So if we walk back from its constructor, we can see where enemies are allocated. Um,
Where are they allocated?
they are allocated in the method called allocate enemy battle objects, which is, you know, pretty descriptive of what it does. So
I see.
if we walk down here, I'm just okay. Yeah, those are separate loops. Okay, I was gonna say, is it loading every monster exponentially? But no, it's not. Okay, so anyway, there's this load monster method which happens after the battle object is allocated. Um, and we will need to hijack that, and we will also need to hijack. Okay, so we're allocating the script state here. We need to hijack wherever it loads the actual enemy script. Okay, so that is loading the monster name. Yeah, these are all stats. So we'll just give it custom stats for everything, whatever we want. I think in the battle object ticker is where it actually, yeah, get combatant script.
I'll have to do something there too. Are we making a file or are we keeping it all in code?
Oh god, no, we're not doing scripts. It's all going to be done using events in code.
Excellent.
Yeah, not a chance in hell.
So do you have an idea if we're gonna have a whole bunch of different types of attacks, or like just focusing on one attack first, or just getting the mob to spawn first?
Well, first I'm going to see what happens if we just don't have a script.
All right.
We're going to see how the game handles that.
Gotta fail fast.
Hmm. Hey, Mr. Wednesday. Hey, Justin. Hey, Chocolate. Hey, Booger's Speed Shop Z. Also, hey, Ink,
Yeah,
I
Drew
guess.
is saying my volume is low. Hi.
I did turn you up a bit. Drew, if you're still here, or, well, I guess anyone else in the chat, how is Ink's volume?
I guess we'll find out.
Alright, is anything gonna happen?
Maybe they need to take an action?
It is possible that monsters are actually taking actions right now, and it's just going to take a bit to get to us. So I'm just going to jack up our turn value here and see if we get a turn. Yeah, okay. So there is some kind of interaction that happens with the monster scripts. So we may have to actually provide a generic combat script that can be used by any of these monsters. I really hope this is not going to turn into a script debugging stream, but
100%.
it might. So
Keep
first
your own hex
off,
editor.
yeah. So first, I'm just going to put a breakpoint here and see what script is getting loaded for these vampire kiwis. Drew says you're still quiet. I do have actually both of us cranked up as loud as OBS will allow. I can turn myself down a little bit, but I am also notoriously quiet, so
I can make myself louder on my side maybe, so we'll see.
yeah, maybe turn yourself up a tiny bit if you can.
Hopefully that does the trick.
Yeah, it sounds a little bit better. No, Drew, we're not using encounter IDs. We're building on the code from the last dev stream with all the vampire kiwis. Unfortunately, I did not include the file in here, so we're going to have to walk back a little bit further. Is this it? Yes, it is. Okay. This is fine. We just need to run this again.
At least it builds quickly.
Yeah, it does. That first time taking a while was just because I had merged main back into this branch. Okay, so this is going to be, yeah, Dragon 1 and file 28. Yeah, so these are all the monster scripts. Keep forgetting I don't have
There's so
HXD in
many.
my context menu. Yep, that's a script. Now, I have written a script parser, and this is going to come in handy.
Can't wait to be impressed.
It's gonna have to build because it's been quite a while since I've run this on my desktop. Shouldn't take
While
too
we
long.
wait, is there a plan for how scripts will be interacted with mods? Like, is it a completely different script system with mods here?
Yeah, so we're not going to expose mods to the scripting, or I should say, we're not going to expose the scripting engine to mods at all, and we're not going to expose modders to the scripting engine. Um, we're just going to basically have to add in event hooks for anything that may be necessary for modders to do. Um, Ideally, we're going to have like a monster class which will have methods you can implement for like taking a turn, spawning, dying, etc., etc. So like those methods will just be called whenever
Sounds reasonable.
whenever that thing happens. I have to pass an argument to this, don't I? Why are you complaining?
Yeah, that's what I do too. Just click random stuff.
Okay, it just didn't get updated to Java 17 for some reason. Um, we need file prompt, which is this. Alright, it'll just take one more second. It's got to re-index stuff.
Talk about proper stream prep, eh?
Yeah, well, that's no fun.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, this is standard format. It starts with the entry point headers. The scripts are weird. A lot of them have like various different entry points. So like basically points where like the script can start executing, but almost none of them use any of the other entry points. So like I have no idea what they are.
Is there any other data after those entry points, or are they just like unused entry points totally?
I really don't know. We've never been able to spend the time to actually like really look into it.
Could it be something? It could it be for like regional differences? Could it?
It's possible.
Ah, that's a good word. Possible.
Unfortunately, this is the
What the
fastest
lol?
way to get to the top. Okay, so this is the code. As you can see, it's pretty human readable.
Yeah, it's a lot of lines.
Hey, Chris. Okay, so let's jump back here. So it is just calling load script file, so it's using the first entry point implicitly. The first entry point is 69F8, which is pretty close to the bottom. This is... Let me just get my bearings here. Interesting. Yeah, all of the entry points are very close to the end of the file. Looks like the last one. A lot of them are 6AC4. There's 6AAC. Hmm. Okay, so this one is just C bytes after this one. That's pretty short. Um, this entry point has a bit more wiggle room. Oh yeah, 6AC4 is literally just the very end here.
Nice.
Um, I want to say this is just. I'm pretty sure that is just a. Oh yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, it even labels the entry points. Look at that.
Patting yourself on the back again, eh?
Yep. So in that one, it just consumes its children, deallocates them, and jumps to the child offset. So that's like a unfork basically, like a join command in Unix. Yeah, a lot of those are pretty similar. So
So what are you
69F8.
looking to find right now?
So this is our entry point. Basically, I need to figure out um, how basically how the script tells the combat to like start or like take a turn or whatever. And I'm seeing this happen. And I'm wondering if this is just simply masking off the "it's my turn" flag,
Mm-hmm.
and then the game just automatically continues. Because that's masking off flag hex 8. Um, if we go to the script state, and we look at this abomination of a Java doc, yes, 8 is the "it's my turn" flag. Okay, so,
Character and enemy?
yep. So let's find where that flag is getting set. Um, get set right there and right there. Oh yeah, this is the main turn handler. Um, okay. So I'm going to add a callback method to the battle object class. And this is just going to be called when it's this battle object's turn.
It's a good way to get in there.
Hmm, what should we call it? Current turn? Or turn
Do you
start?
want me to try and name it?
We'll call it turn start.
Nice.
Oh, that's the script state. Have we already pulled the battle object? No, we haven't. Okay, well, that's easy enough. State dot inner struct dot turn start. So now in monster battle object, we are just going to override that and we're going to say this dot, do I have the state in here? I don't think I actually do. The way these are split is a bit odd and it's kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm only getting a little lost.
Yeah, okay. So we need to be able to access the script state. Now, the issue is, of course, um, the script state is allocated at the same time that the battle object is allocated. So it would be really nice to be able to have like a final instance of it, but we're not going to be able to do that. We're going to have to add a setter for it, which, I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it's kind of ugly.
I think it's worth it for today.
Yeah. Alright, well, I'll at least make it a latching setter that only lets it be set once. Mm, if I do it here, it'll only... Oh, that's fine.
The first lines of code, half an
Yep.
hour in.
Sometimes you gotta do a lot of thinking before you do any writing, which I know is exactly what we discussed not doing first, but it happens.
Yep.
It's a dev stream. People know what they're getting into.
That's why I keep coming back.
Exactly. Okay, so now we just need to set those. Please click. And then it's gonna be set state, state. And we need to do that in the other ones too. And then one in the player battle object allocator. Oh, would you look at this? I did this for the player battle object already. Oh, it
You're so
uses a
smart.
hard-coded index though,
Ooh.
so that made it easy. Well, I guess we can get rid of that and just use this.
Bob J, our old friend.
Yep, good old Bobby J. God knows why player battle objects are allocated in the inventory menu overlay.
I mean, at least we're only going between like 2 files instead of 10.
I mean, monsters are allocated in the battle loader overlay. Why would they load players in the inventory?
Players are obviously different than monsters.
Oh, you got me there. Okay, so this is just going to be get state dot storage 7 and equals not x8. Drew says, "Dang it, Bobby J." Wouldn't it be crazy if this just worked?
Yes.
Hey, I said that about the texture stuff in the last stream, and it did just work.
Gonna test your luck 2 streams in a row.
We're gonna find out. Oh, okay, so it is working, but that's because I didn't re-comment out the thing. Please hold. Wouldn't it be crazy if this just worked?
Yes.
The vote of confidence.
I believe it's just like 10%.
10%'s enough for me. Okay. Come on. Okay, let's see if it's anyone's turn. Um,
This is where the "Don't try this at home" kids pops up on the screen.
okay, so it is this monster's turn. I did call this method right. Yes. Mm, okay, so think about this for a minute. I've got all these variables renamed on a different branch, the stat branch, but that's not ready for merging yet, so we're stuck dealing with these. Right, so this was if yeah, this is if every player is dead. Um, yeah, sends you to game over. Otherwise, this calculates whose turn it is. Or no, this this is for force turns. So this is if That's, if I recall correctly, that's for if monsters, like if there's any like reactionary attacks or something. That's how, like,
Like Congo.
yeah, that's how it like forces a monster to take its turn. So that was not the right spot. Um, it's in the else here. So if there are enemies left, then we calculate the next turn. Okay, yeah, get current turn battle object. So this is the correct spot.
Well, I guess you're right because it didn't crash, so.
Not sure what that 1000 flag means.
I'm sure we'll find out.
I may have already figured that out on the stat branch as well. I did. I've renamed so many things in that branch. I should backport the. Oh yeah, we crashed something. Uh.
No check on the state if it's not or not.
Okay.
Weird.
Oh, it's the wrong object. I just dumbed it. Attempt number 3. No one said I was going to type the right thing.
True. I think we should do bets, and if someone guesses the exact thing that goes wrong, they should like get a mod API priority or something.
I don't know about that. You get an honorary invite to the Black Castle.
Nice.
Okay. Now, just to make sure Albert didn't randomly just get his turn first. Okay. So yeah, that was it. That is all it takes, is just getting rid of that flag, and that actually ends the turn.
That makes it really easy to hijack it and do whatever we want.
Yeah, so that's really good.
Are there any like side effects that could be going on that we don't think about? Like if something dies or combat ends or you run away?
I don't think so. So we've figured out how to end a turn. That is certainly a start. Can I bookmark? Yes, I can bookmark. So now let's... Hmm. Okay, so it jumps to the subroutine here. It pauses for some reason, and then... Okay, so game var 58. So let's take a look at our master list of those. Um, I'm gonna check and see if I've got that renamed on the stats branch.
Yeah. Infected Chris says this is all nuts. I agree.
Yeah, you just wait. That's in scripting. Of course it is, because it is part of the script engine. Sometimes I name things in a sane way. 58 is unknown. Let's see if we can know it.
Ready for the ride.
It's a bunch of flags. Fun. Why does IntelliJ keep starting me scrolled over? Uh, uh, um, uh,
That thing I said about going between 10 different files.
okay, so this is some kind of global flag set. Um, this is used as early as like combat initializing. Oh, this is actually called from the game loop directly.
Is it even before battle preloading stuff happens?
Um, I doubt it. This is probably a gate to prevent it from actually running. Well, no, this is as soon as the dissolve effect. So, yeah, this is gonna run basically as soon as combat starts, by the looks of it. That is a
That's a good place to
variable
put it.
that's in the main game code, so it's not part of the combat overlay. 400 might mean that player assets are loaded, or
Welcome, Spyro Kid.
hey, what's up, Spyro? Yeah, okay, so that might mean that the encounter assets are loaded. 4 maybe means that player assets are loaded. Oh, player assets. It might be waiting for players to finish loading before it attacks.
Wow, that's a pretty good check. Almost like you could lose -1 HP if that wasn't working correctly at the beginning of the game.
Yeah. Spyro, we are adding a new enemy. Yeah, okay, so if that check isn't true, it just jumps back here to this pause. So yeah, this is just a wait loop. Okay. So now subfunction 371. I think that's going to be in, yeah. So we need to look at the subfunction table for, what was it? 371. The largest jump table that has ever existed. Okay, so what does this do?
That's definitely nuts.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It keeps going.
There might have been a better way.
It just keeps going. There's 897.
Jeez.
Okay, what are we doing here? Um, Shit. The script disassembler does not appear to show parameters to subfunctions. That is unfortunate. Yeah, so if it's any of the unknown subfunctions, which is most of them,
Of course.
hmm, we're not going to be doing models right now. We're just going to use existing models, because we're just going to focus on the code.
Can we change the scale of the entity in combat?
We should be able to.
I think that's good enough to differentiate it.
Giant, a giant armory of vampire kiwis.
Yeah.
Um, okay, so let me just figure this out a little bit.
I think Spyro, the better term would be reusing generously.
Mm,
But it will be a new mob, or yeah, it'll be a new mob. Like it'll be different from the other ones, and it can do different things. The real test of our skill is to get it to do one of the Melbu attacks.
vampire kiwis doing Melbu attacks. Okay, apparently that array was not actually used. So I'm just going to clear out the rest of the parameters.
Yeah, whatever happens, Spyro, I think it'll be pretty interesting. And I think if anyone has like ideas they want to throw around for what we could do, they can throw it in the chat too.
Oh yeah, definitely. Okay, so now with this we can say hmm, actually I guess I don't really need to clear them out. I can just set the count.
I think we all know the real reason that you're doing this is to get Master Chief as an enemy in the game.
Don't reveal my plans. No, I'm not going to update my computer right now, thank you though.
Yeah, Chocolate, you can make Rose an enemy, and I believe they did that last stream or something.
Oh yeah, we did do that. We used the tutorial rows, but the tutorial script kind of hijacked everything.
Yeah, it's basically, is there a model or are there textures, and is there a script file or one that we can hijack in, and then you can make any entity in the game an enemy, roughly. It's really cool seeing all the, because I think it was last stream you had all the dragoons like set up and floating around. That's cool.
Yeah, we did like a all OG Dragoons, and it was very cool.
Except Shirley, right? Because she's missing some stuff.
Yeah, she just doesn't exist. It's very unfortunate, but
So what we're doing now would fix the issue of Rose having tutorial scripts, right?
it would.
Yeah. Funny how that works, you know? Programming, crazy.
Okay, I think this will give us parameters.
Okay, what did you do for the people at home?
I did some script engine bullshit.
Nice.
Yeah, let's just make sure that actually worked. Yes, look at that.
Oh, nice. It's all there.
Okay, so now unfortunately I'm gonna have to do this again with the selecting.
Yeah, you're correct, Spyro. There's no data for that stuff. Maybe one or two unused beta stuff, but I don't know for sure.
What do you mean by the spells that are missing? Alright, okay. So we've got some actual useful info here now. We can see what's getting passed in, and that is incredibly helpful. So, if parameter 2 is not 0, parameter 2 is 0, so we're taking this branch. Um, Now, 274. Have I given that a name here? Look at that, it's battle object index. I could have just used the battle object index to get the script state, but that's fine. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, Doom Metal probably would have found those animations by now if they were in the game somewhere. He's dug through pretty much everything.
You can spam them on Discord if you really want to know, though.
Yes, yes you can. Um, okay. Oh no, that's not battle object index. That's like what slot it's in the combat controller. I lied. Get Bob slot from combat controller. But which slot is that? That is all battle object count. Okay, I'm gonna just apply some of these renames here.
While you do that, I think I'm gonna go get some water.
Sounds good. Okay, so that gets stored in parameter 1, which is storage 8. Now, what is parameter 0? Parameter 0 is... Oh, parameter 0 is the battle object it's looking up. Slot of Bob P0 from... Okay, now we need to figure out what all these game variables are. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it's actually... So that storage 8 is now the battle object slot of its target, I want to say, and it's resetting a bunch of data. I would like to know what these storage values are, though.
42.
That was quick. Because it's not actually setting those storage values before jumping there.
Is there another script that's getting called that's handling all this for this script?
Um, what a question.
I just like to make it difficult, so.
Let's let's look at the storage. Um, storage 8. Isn't storage 8? Yeah, storage 8 is a bit set. Wait. No, storage 0. And it stores it in storage 8. Oh, okay. Okay, storage 0 is me. Um, yeah, okay. So get battle object slot of self obj. And it sets a bunch of parameters. So game variable 128, but it's accessing it as an array. Um, oh, sorry, that's combat variables. We want the actual. Wait. Why are these commented out? We just did that last night, or last time, didn't we? Yes, we did. Um, I want to say we commented those out just so that something wouldn't crash. Okay, so these are special effect flags. Interesting. Oh, no. Okay, we commented this out because we have this handler here. Okay, so yes, these are special effect flags. So this is actually resetting the special effect flags. Yeah, Spyro, it wouldn't be terribly difficult to do that just by basically like altering the turn values, just giving the monsters like a bonus on their turn values or something, or giving the players a bonus on their turn values. That would be pretty easy. Okay, so that's very interesting. That's all those flags. Pandemonium, yeah, shield, six stone, charm, turns, charging spirit, and then it jumps back. Okay, so this subroutine, wait for player assets to load and initialize special and, well, and clear special effect flags. We are learning stuff about scripts.
It
Look at
wouldn't be a
us
death
go.
stream without it.
This is actually the first time I've ever actually been able to make use of the script disassembler since I wrote it. Okay, so this is I'm gonna put this comment here too. So this is entry point. This is the starting method. Okay, so this wait for player assets to load and clear special flags. And then subfunction 524. Just gonna go back a lot until we get back to the subfunctions. Oh, I do want to maybe name this. Mm, I'm gonna give it a speculative name here first. Um, Actually, no. I'm pretty confident on this. But I need to open up Ghidra so I can reflect it there too.
When we're renaming things in a PR, are you going to Ghidra and renaming them from what we've renamed?
I am.
That's why you're the platform engineer of the team.
Yep. We still really need to get Ghidra hosted online somewhere.
I can get a server set up, but then you can do your setting up.
Yeah, that would be very useful. Yeah, so that's just gonna be get Bob slot. That's not descriptive enough. Sure it is. It's pretty obvious looking at the code that what it what slot it's getting. Okay, what was that? 524? Yeah, 524. Okay. Um, Now what is movement type? Right, this was something that I had figured out a tiny bit of information about, but not much. This is interesting. So this seems to be like allowing it to have multiple transforms? Spyro, that is all just handled in script, so it's going to be like unique code for any monster that has like specialized targeting. But I mean, we might actually find some of that targeting code here very soon.
And then we can find out why Albert is always targeted first. And I agree, or Wan, I don't know how to say your name, but definitely Wingley level programming. Whenever the script engine is involved, just ask TFC.
Sometimes it'd be like that. Um, Set model vector 10C to x v1 y, sorry, z equals e2. Storage 0 for the first parameter, so it's acting on itself. And now we get another subroutine here. What does it do? What does it do? So it's checking that same uh, gamevar 58 for flag 10 this time. Okay. Um, so flag 10 is set in the method that calculates initial turn values. This is calculating initial turn values, I think. Yes. This is not the standard turn value, this is looping over all battle objects, and it is calculating initial turn values.
That sounds like a good rename.
I may have renamed that already in this one.
I see.
I have not. Look at that.
Ooh, it's a pretty good one to rename.
So yeah, this 10 value is set once initial turn values have been calculated. This is also interesting. I was trying desperately to figure out what these are doing. I can now see that it is part of what it's doing is checking to see if the initial turn values have already been calculated. Okay, we're learning, we're learning. Okay, so this is just a subroutine that waits for initial turn values to be calculated.
Yeah, it's not too bad to learn the subroutines when you're going through the subroutines one by one.
Yeah, especially now that we have this and can actually, you know, read the scripts. If it's not my turn, um, yield execution.
Chris, that's a question for Monoxide.
I don't even know what PvP is, to be honest with you. It doesn't actually require the Q files. All you need is either bins or ISOs. They're interchangeable. They're actually the exact same.
And please tell us what a PvP file is.
Yeah, I don't know what a PvP is. Never heard of it.
Is that like the IQ, but something for PlayStation?
Okay, so we've got another subroutine here. This one is looking pretty juicy. Love all these hard-coded pauses to let the game do other stuff.
Yeah, especially three in a row, not just one.
Yep, gotta let it do a lot of other stuff.
How long is a pause?
Uh, one frame. So basically, a script will keep on looping until it reaches like a reset or a pause. And then once that is done, it will move on to the next script. And then once all scripts are done processing, it'll do other stuff it needs to do that frame.
That's basically like how programming languages work, just a little bit more rougher.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so game bar 45. Game var 45 is commented out. Oh, it's commented out here because it's accessed as an array. Game var 45. So those are the combat variables. 183. don't know what this is doing, but it is referencing that. So, if it's not 0, I can just say wait for, whoops, what? I don't know what I just pressed to jump back there. Wait for that to become 0. Yeah, I mean, like if it is like a multi-disc format, I'm sure that it would still be able to hold one single disc just fine. But no, we don't support that format. Um, we only support ISOs and bins. All right, before we go into that, let's look up a few more of these. 252. 148. Alright, so here we are reading some stuff into our own storage. GameVar 49, GameVar 49, GameVar 49 is, that I know is named here. Actually, I've already got it named in Ghidra, I can just look at that. Okay, so that's getting the number of living battle objects. So that is obviously pretty interesting. I'm just going to name all these while I'm in here.
Do we have a name for the language that is the script file code
Nope,
stuff?
never bothered to give it a name.
Is it only used for Legend of Dragoon, or does any other game potentially use it?
I am not aware of any other games that use it. But I mean, it's an interesting question. I don't think any other games use it. As far as I know, it's just an in-house thing that they did. It would be very, very interesting if any other games used it.
Yeah.
Okay, so GameVar 49. That's pretty obvious. Um, no, game var 48. That was the combat variable, right? No, it was not. Okay. So we are actually reading battle object indices. I've renamed a bunch of these variables as well. That's going to be in types, battle state. This is going to make this a nightmare to merge, but whatever.
You'll just have to remember both contexts.
Yeah. Okay. Uh, so when you mean, Spyro, when you say why they slow down the game, do you mean like why they cause the game to lag, or why they change the maximum frame rate to 15 instead of 20?
I want to know the answer to the second question because I noticed that the other day.
Well, I know the answer to that question. It is because they couldn't run at 20.
Oh, nice fix.
Yeah, they're so CPU intensive that they're dropping the frame rate. What's our solution? Drop the frame rate.
I mean, I guess it works. If you're gonna have a 5 FPS spell, just make it 5 FPS.
Yeah. Actually, the lowest that I have seen the game run at, like intentionally, is during the post Linus 2 cutscene, when the Dragoon Spirit is going to Maru. They actually drop the frame rate to 12.
Wow.
Yep.
Is that like a moving particle effect? That's why it's so hard?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, that's like 83.5 milliseconds per frame.
That definitely has to be like a bug somewhere, right? No way it's that like unoptimized that it's running that slow.
Oh, God knows. I mean, there is a fair bit of geometry in that scene, like it's the inside of the caves.
Yeah, true.
So, I don't know why they're doing this, but they set storage 8 to 0 and then use storage 8 as the parameter here, so I guess, um,
And then they increment it again at the end.
okay, this is actually a loop.
How does it know to start the loop there? Just the address in the script?
Yeah, look, it's jumping back to that address.
Oh, yeah, you're right, yeah. It's a little too non-standard for me to see.
This is just assembly. Just
Yeah.
just assembly things. Okay, so we are um, get living Bob's combat controller index. Now this is an interesting bit of code. Okay, so that is my script storage 12, which will be the living battle object. And then it's getting storage 7 of that. Okay, S8 is index. Get living battle object, combat controller. This is kind of confusing because we've got we need the word index twice. Um, okay, I'm just gonna say combat controller dot living Bobj, or I guess it's alive Bobj index. S7 of alive Bobj from previous line. Okay, so it's anding. Okay. Now that is storage 7 and that value means something. But what does it mean? Did I really have to label these as bits instead of the actual value? Why would I do such a thing? 8, 16, 20, 21. Parent script? Hmm. Let me make sure that I counted that right. Yes, I did. Okay. And I'm gonna change these.
Nice. I see bit and bytes, I close the file.
You would not have made it very far.
No.
I have lived this for a long time now.
I couldn't tell because you're doing like all the hex code and other stuff like in your head on the fly. I'm like, okay, nice.
Sometimes be like that. I've gotten very good at doing a lot of hex math on the fly. Oh. And bit 20 was 10. Yeah. Okay. Um, so now that we are done that tangent, why is this looking to see if it's a parent script? Okay, so it's while index is less than living battle object count. Okay, so this method is not as bad as I thought it was. Okay, so storage 11. Storage 11 is getting ORed here. So, if any Bob has parent script bit set,
I'd add another question mark.
what?
I would add another question mark on that one.
Jump back to start of sub. Maybe during load or something, like there could be like battle objects that have like, I don't know, like effects that happen at the start. I wonder if this might be waiting for things like Dart to like stop talking at the start of the Django fight or something.
Yeah, that could be it.
Who the hell knows? I guess we'd have to start a bunch of fights and see like what gets that parent script bit set and etc. etc. Okay, so this, I don't know why, but it waits until no Bobj has parent script bit set.
Definitely feels like cutscenes or something going on pre-battle fighting.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. Okay, so if storage 8 is not 0. Storage 8 was used in this method, was it not? I need to, uh, oh, open into, no, not open into. Move document, clone to other view, there we go. Um, Oh, right, we weren't actually done here. This was not that, this was this. Droust, we are in the process of making a new monster. Um, so we have managed to successfully create battle objects that have no brain. Um, we have stripped the script engine out of them. So right now, what we're looking at here is the combat script for one of the monsters. And we're basically reading through it and figuring out exactly what it does. Um, so I wrote this little program that basically takes the uh, machine code of the scripts and kind of turns it into something that we can actually read. So yeah, we're looking through and we're basically figuring out what it does so we can recreate that in whatever way we want to. Okay, subfunction 168. Where are the subfunctions?
All 800 of them.
Yep. 'Kay, so this is setting stat index P2 to P1. Well, let's just see what stat 40 is. Guard. I did that math right. Yes, I did. Okay, so that's interesting. Set my guard to 0. $371. Okay, so this is one we actually already looked at earlier. Um, Now what was... Okay, storage 8 is the output. Set S8 to my combat controller all bomb slot. Okay. So we need to remember that at this point, storage 8 is our slot.
Roger.
Okay, we're reading from that game var 128 again. I want to say that was special effects. Yes. Okay. So that's a bunch of things. My special effect, um, shield slash sig slash charm slash pandemonium slash charging spirit slash unknown. And that's getting stored in 9. Okay, so we're reading bit 3 here. Okay, so we've got bits listed. Or sorry, no, we're not reading bit 3. We're reading bits 0 and 1. So we're looking for material shield. Okay. This is the material shield handling code.
It's good that it's in every script file.
Yep. That is very interesting.
I think there's a lot of checks for that.
Yep. Okay, so we so it's subtracting 1 from that value. Okay. So this is just a bunch of turn counts packed into this variable.
Oh,
Okay, so
cool.
this is subtract 1 turn from material shield. And then this hex C is going to be, so that's bits 1 and 2. This would be 4 and 8, so this is checking magical shield. And this is subtract 1 turn from magical shield because it's subtracting hex 4. Alright. Again, we're actually making sense of things.
It seems pretty straightforward at this point.
Oops, put those zeros on the wrong side. Okay, this is a nice short subroutine. Subfunc 371 again. We were just looking at that a minute ago, were we not? Yes. That's 0 and storage 9. That's the output. This is the input, so we're getting me again. I'm just gonna say. Keep the comments nice and short. I don't know why I didn't just use an equal sign there. Um, what does this mean? If you look at the chat,
Asking me what, guy?
you'll say seems straightforward at this point. Sounds like an omen of bad things to come. And now we get this.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're adding hex 81. Uh, and then this is a combatant. This is a slot. Why are they adding? Oh,
To switch
okay.
turns?
No, no, no. This is just they're using this as an index into an array, so the index starts at hex 81.
Oh, nice.
So that would be
See, straightforward.
129. Everything's fine. Hey Julio, we are in the process of reverse engineering a combat script so that we can make our own monsters. Okay, so game var 45, that is a combat var. $129 plus okay, yeah. I have no idea what this one's doing. So if that flag is not set, then we just return. If it is set, then we also set flag 40, but I don't know what either of those mean.
Me neither.
Interestingly, in the subroutine above, we are seeing that being used here as well. But yeah, we're gonna have to get a lot more into this to see what the hell this all means.
That's the kind of thing that keeps you up at night.
Yep. Then we pause for a few frames for some reason. Hmm. What was storage 7? Oh, storage 7 is just the general flags. What is flag 40? 40 is unknown. Wait, I have a bunch of these figured out in this branch. No, not battle state. We want scripting. Nope, not script file, script state. Dead. Look at all
Ooh,
these flags.
nice.
Those are some
Upgrade.
good flags. All right. So I guess this is if not dead. Yeah, because this storage NAND 40. Um, yeah, okay. So instead of leaving this as a I'm just going to turn that into a sensible if. Uh, okay, so we've got something for storage 8 here. This is obviously not the same thing for the monsters. Uh, well, alright then.
I guess it doesn't matter.
Really? Wait. Oh, okay, sorry. No, this is an else statement.
I see.
And here, if storage 8 is not 0, then we also jump over this stuff. So we're just going to say if storage 8 is 0, this is a lot like what the very early days of Severed Chains was.
Yeah, I see why it took 6 months to render something.
Yep. Actually, I checked my screenshots folder, and it was more like 10 months.
Nice. Platform engineer.
Yeah, and I think it was main menu. Yeah, main menu fully functional. Um, this was with game loading and stuff, so like you could actually get into like the load game menu and it worked. That was yeah, April 19th of 2022. So that was like a year and a half after I started.
Wow, that's just nuts.
Where was?
There's so many hours in all those screenshots.
Yeah, seriously. Where the heck was that main menu one? Menu, of course. Yes, that was September 15th. Um, I had started in December, or no, it might have been like October of 2020. I can't remember exactly. But yeah, this is how well it worked too.
Wow. Oh, nice.
Yep. Anyway,
Back to the nerdy numbers.
yeah. Yes, I'm going to need that blessing. Okay, 1E14 should be right here. Yeah, 1E14. We got another subroutine.
Not even halfway through the file.
Oh god, no. We're just scratching the surface. I think this is going to be the start of a series of dev streams.
That's what I said about the Kansas stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, we're
We'll throw a part two on the image.
oh yeah, definitely. No way in hell we're getting this working tonight, but I mean, we've already made pretty damn good progress. I think this is I mean, I haven't seen exactly how much TFZ dug in when he was using the script disassembler, but I'm pretty sure this is the furthest that we've forayed into scripting stuff. We have
I
done
mean, it
some
can't get any deeper than this, right?
yeah, we have done some basic patching and stuff, but yeah, we're really digging in here.
It's the actual flow, the control, the state, everything going on.
Yeah.
The brains, as you said.
Yeah, Chris, I mean it's pretty awesome for us too. Okay, so this is the other getStat method, or well, it's one of the other getStat methods. There's three of them that do the same thing.
Nice.
Yep, that's great. Okay, so S9 equals me dot stat5. Stat5 is status. This is going to be some sort of status affliction. Hex 10 is stunned. Alright, we've got stunned handling.
It just blows my mind that this stuff is in every file repeated.
Mm-hmm.
That's just, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that.
Oh, you know how to feel about it, and it's bad.
As long as, like, I mean, it's really hard to confirm that, like, they're all the same and they haven't changed one thing in one spot.
Yeah,
But if they're all the same,
that's the
yeah,
concerning
yeah.
thing.
Like, that's it, but that's also, like, the thing that blocks us from just, scrapping, like, ignoring this part of the scripting file entirely.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. Ugh.
Okay, so subfunc 144. Pause animation. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. If you're stunned, you pause the animation. I don't want to lose my place in the right window.
Open another pane.
Will it even let me do that? I don't think so. No.
uh,
Stupid Notepad++. 21C8, just right down here. Subfunc 600. Yeah, okay. This is allocating an effect. This must be the stunned effect.
ooh.
Okay, I gotta send
Nice
TFC a
place to put a
message.
modding API. Yeah. You're gonna send it to him and he's gonna be like, yeah, I know, what's up? Or one of his many PRs where he already has it renamed.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Hmm, okay. Okay, so S11 will now be the, yep, S11 will be the script index of that effect that is allocated. So we're doing a double script dereference and setting storage 8 to this storage 8. And okay, we got a return there. Okay, so yeah, this is definitely allocating. This is an effect allocator routine.
It really wants your TV scroll to the right, eh?
Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, okay, um, so this is load my script into effect and jump to hex 2204, which is this. Uh, jumped to in previous, jump to in stun effect allocated in previous subroutine. And this is the effect controller.
For all effects or the stun?
Just this one.
So there's gonna be 12 more of these?
There's gonna be a shitload of these. Yep. So yeah, this is a wait.
I have been summoned.
Welcome,
Hey,
welcome.
so we're learning things. We're reverse engineering combat script right now. Um, and we have found the code that handles being stunned, and it calls subfunction 600. So that must be the effect allocator for the stun bubbles.
That 3. Are you looking through 401?
No, this is an actual like monster script. This is for
Oh, month. Oh God,
the Kiwi, whatever.
of course they split all of that stuff into individual scripts
Of course they would.
instead of like the sort of main battle script.
Yeah. Did you expect it to make sense?
No.
uh,
Um,
allocate and set up.
I want to say I've seen that function called a lot, just sort of generically.
um, well, that's interesting if you've seen it called a lot. Um, yeah, it's the effect that's called unknown allocated by script whatever from this function.
That's one of those like I know there's one I see all the time that's one of those unknown ones. I think it might be this one.
Okay, so this actually doesn't have a renderer or ticker or anything. Hmm. I wonder if that is actually set up in the script. Okay, that was 21C8. So in here we call subfunction 192. This is text box stuff. So this must be popping the stunned text box.
Hmm.
Okay. Okay. I know what this does. Have I named this by chance? Because I did a lot of renaming in here. No, I didn't. Okay, so this is, yeah, script get free text box.
Drop the disassembled script you're working on in the chat.
It is Dragon 128. Do you want the actual, like, disassembly?
Make it easier to follow.
It is long, so I'm going to upload it somewhere. This has my markup and stuff on it too.
If you copy paste it into Discord, it should just automatically turn it into a text file.
Oh, that's true. I keep forgetting it does that instead of just telling you can't send it. Okay, so S11 equals script get free text box index. And then 200 is probably this next method here. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Sparrow. We'll see you next time. Okay, it's not the next one, but this is allocating the text box. Yep, that's what this is doing. Yeah, it's loading the string from parameters. Nice. Okay. We are getting somewhere.
A third of the way through the file.
I mean, we've only looked at a very small amount of it. Okay, so that is not the stun bubble. This is actually the stunned text box. Yeah, so it waits for some frames. Why is storage? Oh, okay. So storage 10 is number of frames to wait before showing text box, and S9 is number of frames to wait before hiding text box. Uh, 201. Yeah, this is deallocating the text box, right? Must be. Yes. Okay, so this is script deallocate text box. So I wonder if that method is just for like text boxes, or if it's just like a generic like give me a script state that does nothing except run a script. Because that does seem like what it is.
Because
It seems like just a way for like a script to allocate a script state for it to like load a script into.
I just tried commenting out the script allocator while using Stunning Hammer, which does not pop up text, and it just crashed the game.
Okay. Did it say like method not found?
Script index -1 was what I got.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So like what this is doing here, this subfunction 600 is allocating that uh, basically empty script state. Um,
Yeah, I can confirm that Stunning Hammer calls that method. So yeah, I think that makes sense.
okay. So yeah, it allocates that empty script state um, with no inner struct, no ticker, no renderer, no destructor or anything. So it's completely at the control of the script. So it allocates that, then it loads its own script into that script state and jumps it to this handler here, which does the actual stuff in that script. So it's kind of like forking itself. show stunned text box. And we were right up here. Yeah, so we do some waiting. And then subfunc 145. Let's see what 145 is.
Resume
Resume
animation.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, this entire thing, this subroutine, it first checks your status to see if you're stunned. If you are, it pauses the animation, pops the stunned text box, waits for a bit, and then resumes your animation. And it sets that flag hex 1. Okay, so this checks if stunned, shows stunned text box. And then, okay, so this flag, hex 1, that means that the stun has already been handled and it shouldn't do it again. Um, so this is for players.
J.
I don't know if this is only monsters. I don't know if this is even right.
I don't know. Discord's resolution is like not quite good enough for me to read that easily.
It's menu flags. Okay, so I think this can just be used for different things and it's not necessarily
8 and 9 and stuff. Is that the storage index?
yes.
As a lot of these storage indices are just used for like whatever in the moment for subroutines and stuff, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Like storage 9 is used during the counter script code for a value related to the total hit frames of the following hit
Yeah.
And storage 8 is used for the overlay, like starting frame for the current hit. So I think it. I was thinking about that earlier today about how much of a challenge it would be in like trying to write new scripts, figuring out how to use the storage because it's just like it just seems to depend entirely, almost not entirely, but a lot on context.
Yeah, it's well, we want to completely avoid writing new scripts if possible.
That's entirely fair.
Okay. Um, I somehow missed this subroutine. Uh, 371 subfunction. Okay, get my slot again. Yeah, this is getting all those special flags, special effects. It is checking bits 4 and 5, so that is Magic Sigstone. If it is unequal to 0, then we just return. Subfunc 144. Pause animation again.
Yeah, because I think when they have Magic Sigstone triggered on them, they freeze, don't they?
Yeah, so this is doing the exact same thing as stunned. It's setting up these wait times and then jumping to 21C8. That's that same thing. Show stunned text box.
So that's just generally calling up a status effect text box then, probably.
Yeah. So storage 8 is the text. Um, so this isn't show stunned text box. This is just show effect text box.
Sounds like a good enough name.
Show Sigstone text box. So this is the text index for text box. 9 was frames to wait before hiding the text box. Ten isn't set there, which is odd. 10 should be the number of frames to wait before showing the text box. Yeah, so this is text index for text box. This is frames to wait before hiding text box. Then we do a bit of waiting, and then 145, which is the same thing here. That's resume animation. Okay, so this is
complete, I guess.
not sig stoned. Checks if sig stoned shows sig stone text box. And then I'm gonna guess this is another effect. Alright, what are we doing in here? Okay, so first, this is the exit. This is a loop. So I'm going to flip this around. Wait, no. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So this is
Could be poison.
do while this is actually very, very similar to how I reverse engineer methods in the actual game code.
And with that, I think it's time for me to leave.
Have a good night.
Yeah,
Are
I've
you?
got 5 little rats that need to get some exercise tonight.
Nice.
So you two have all the fun in the world with this nonsense?
Yeah, we'll stick at this for a little bit longer, and then I'll let you know how it goes.
Yeah, I'll catch up on the VOD.
Yeah, sounds good. Alright, thanks for your help.
Alright,
Talk to
see
you
ya.
later.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so GameVar 32. That is combat controller, all battle objects. So this is looping through all of the battle objects. Subfunction 371, I'm pretty sure that's get stat or something. No, get slot. Okay. Um, okay, so that is S9 equals Um,
Looks like special effect varies.
what was that? You cut out there a bit.
I said it looks like it's reading special effect varies
Yeah, I think you're right.
because hex 81 is 129 in the game var array.
Yeah, we were looking at that earlier as well. Can't remember exactly what for. Um, yeah, okay, so that was, yeah, that was, oh, this is status. Yep, okay. So if it has flag 80 set, well, it's just called bunch of flags. Do I have this reversed anymore in here? Where is that? Nope, not even a little bit. Um, um,
So
status effect
so
x80.
it is masking out bit 8 or 7 if you want to be all programmery about it.
No, this would be masking, yeah, bit 7. So that's masking off this OX80.
Adding on bit 16.
That is going to be in no, unknown. I really love how this combat script for this one specific monster is looping through and affecting the status flags of every monster on the field.
It'll make
Why?
more sense when we know what those flags mean.
Well, I mean, it's something like it's like poison and stuff, I'm assuming. But like, why is
Yeah,
this done in the monster script instead of the combat controller script?
are a lot of things done in the monster script.
Why do they
Why
do these
why is the
things?
why is the counter code duplicated in almost every single monster except like some of the boss monsters?
Yeah.
Literally,
Uh,
it could just be in the combat script and just get like, the necessary uh, values and flags from the monsters.
yeah.
Instead, additions are like a dance in between the character and the monster script.
Yep. Okay, so this this is handling, yeah, this is handling status effects and stuff. So this is handling turns off guard. Wait for something to load, turn off guard, handle material shield, magical shield, dead, sigstone, stunned, other status effects.
Monster.
What was that?
Monster is this?
This is just Vampire Kiwi.
That's right.
Okay, 1C40. Now where did we come from here? Right. Okay. So this is the entry point. So as soon as it starts, we wait for the player assets to load and clear the special effect flags. We do something related to like setting how the monster moves and something about its transforms. We set the model's vector 10C X and Z values to something. I'm not sure what that vector is. It waits for the initial turn values to be calculated, and then it yields if it's not its turn. At that point, it runs that method that we just reverse engineered. Yeah, that's a really good question, Chocolate.
I don't have YouTube pulled up.
He said, why would any one thing in this code make sense? And it's, yeah.
It wouldn't.
Okay, 6A58. So at the end of this method, storage 8 is not dead, stunned, etc. So these must be the actual methods or subroutines that do the actual like logic. So I think we're about to get into the interesting part.
Is it 42FO?
Yep.
See. empty script.
Yep. Four 348 is where this jumps to. This also jumps to 4348. This jumps to 4340. So this is an OR statement.
This. Prepare to be delighted the moment you get to the second subroutine.
I don't like the sound of that. Where's the exit? The exit's right there.
Actually, the first one's pretty delightful too.
Oh yeah, I can see the second one on my screen now.
Yeah.
Yep, sometimes it'd be like that. Alright, well, let's go to 4444. Okay, all the way down here. I think we're getting into the actual, like, combat logic now. This jumps down to B8, so we invert the condition, invert the control statement. This jumps to 453C. This is a bit complicated because this one jumps past the other one. This is the problem when you're dealing with assembly and machine languages. They don't always map nicely back to if statements and controls and stuff.
Go-tos.
Yeah, all go-tos all the time. Oh, we also have an else here. This jumps right down to the return. Hmm. Oh, actually, I did just notice, these are all followed by another jump. So this does work fine. So I can actually just cut this and paste it up here. I know we're getting kind of mixed up with our line numbers now, but it's fine. And where does this one come in? 4528. I'm not seeing 4528. Did I accidentally? Okay, undo. Nope, it's just not referenced. Or rather, I guess this just serves as an else. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's good enough. That makes sense. Okay, 371 is...
So it's getting, I was already looking at this, it's getting I guess the monster slot. It's the character slot function, but it's set
Yeah.
to 0. Second parameter, well, third is set to 0.
Yeah. So...
And it's setting that on storage 10 of whatever nested monstrosity that is.
Yeah, so doing a double dereference here. So what is storage 9? Okay, so storage 9 is the empty script state that we allocated.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so um, empty state dot s10 equals our what did I call it in here? Which is it? 371. And really, I guess
Taking that
me
and setting
dot
it back on storage
s10
10.
equals
Okay, so storage 10 is basically an index for the special effect flags.
yeah. So the special effect flags, there's one per battle object.
Yeah,
And what that 371 is accessing is the battle object index on the all battle objects field of the combat controller. So this is reading uh, these values. Uh,
good compression when you switch back and forth, preventing me from reading anything.
sorry. So we're skipping 2 bytes and then reading the first bit of the... Okay, so we skip this, so it's reading Charging Spirit. Okay, so if we are charging spirit, then
10 again.
um,
Then
yeah,
do it.
I guess, do it again for no reason. Yeah, this appears to be, so storage 12 in this case must be the return value of this subroutine.
Don't jump to offset 4488 anywhere in this script, so uh, there really is just no reason for that line.
Yeah. Okay, 177. What's that? Status or a stat accessor? Yes, it is one of the 3 stat accessors. Take a look at this one. Um, this one has special case handling for if it's hit points, but if you delete this statement altogether, it's still the exact same because hit points is stat index 2.
Great.
Yep.
Classic.
Yeah. So yes, we are in fact getting stat 2.
I've never really been clear on what Charging Spirit did.
I have no idea.
Anyone in chat want to clarify?
Yeah, chat come through for us. And we're getting stat 6 here, which is max HP. So this could be interesting. Okay. So this is setting up dividers for hit points. Hey Vincent, we are actually in the process of reverse engineering a enemy combat script.
Taking max HP, setting it onto storage 9, and then getting half of it,
Yep.
and then comparing that to the current HP.
So
That's interesting.
this would mean we have over half hit points.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So this must be for, oh, okay. So this is getting what phase of a fight you were in. So if the monster has over half hit points, this is 0. If it has less than half hit points, this is 1. And if it has less than a quarter, this is 2.
Okay.
So this is how aggressive the monster is, and that means charging spirit makes the monster aggressive.
So, okay, so it's allowing them to use attacks that they'd normally only use under certain health thresholds.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because I was thinking my only idea of in the past of like what Charging Spirit did was that it seemed to be like preparatory to using attacks, like the Berserker always like I guess not always, but it tends to use it before it uses its all-out attack.
Yep.
So I guess that's it psyching itself up to use it while it's still healthy.
Yeah. So
Well,
this gets the monster aggressiveness.
feels like new information. Is that new information?
That might
Mm.
be new information. Let's Google Charging Spirit.
Chocolate was saying that Death uses Charging Spirit before it uses Can't Combat, uh, which would otherwise, under this logic, be something it would only use maybe when it was in the red or something, because I know that's one of the attacks that Death will use, uh, specifically when it's low on health.
Yeah, so that's exactly what this is. So we have uncovered the actual mechanic
Yeah.
behind Charging Spirit, and I don't think that was known before.
Uh, Vincent, that's exactly how those sorts of mechanics work. It's same with like the Grand Jewel uses its heal once it gets below a certain threshold. So yeah, there are like certain attacks that enemies will only use below a certain threshold, or apparently they use Charging Spirit. I think Berserk Mouse actually has a second attack called Chisel that nobody ever sees because you kill it in one hit.
Yeah, I had literally no idea.
I think Drew shared that with me one time because I'd also never seen that.
How would you ever even see that?
Why'd you do one hit point to a Berserk Mouse? I don't know.
43 FC. And then this is an else. And this is also a jump to the end. Um, okay, something went wrong there because we have a jump and then another line of code. Backing it up. Okay, yeah, that should have been one line further down. That's fine, easy enough to fix. And this is also an else to the end here. we could collapse that. Anyone else? If yeah, let's do that. That's 50. How much is 4B? 75? Yeah.
I'm not that good with hex yet to just
You'll get
do it
there.
that quickly. I can do it. I just have to think about it for a second.
Okay, 169. Yep, another get stat method. Get stat 5. That's status. What is status 4? Status 4 is confused. Okay, this is 100. Okay, this is confusion. So there is a 50% chance of doing something, and a 25% chance of doing something else, and a 25% chance of doing something else.
I want to say 50 for act normally and 25 each for attacking self or other, but I'm just guessing.
This is getting game error 53. I'm guessing that is the
Enemy count.
yeah. Game error param. Yeah, alive monster count.
You've updated the name.
I sure have. I copied a bunch of stuff in from the stats branch because it has a shitload of combat stuff renamed. So this is get random alive monster. Game bar 52. That is getting the alive monster. Get alive monster. Combat controller. Bob's index. So 8 must be the thing it's doing. This must be the action.
The minus F4.
What?
Or is that an equals? Oh, that's an equals. It's just bad
Yeah.
resolution.
Yeah, so storage 8 must be the action that is taken.
Okay, so I flip 50% chance of doing something to a random monster, I guess.
Yep, and then a 25% chance of taking action 9, and a 25% chance of taking action 0. In which case, it jumps to 47 BC.
I was looking at it looks at GameVer 51. Is that a character bodge index or looked like you might have had that renamed?
Yeah, a live character count.
Yeah. So that's probably where it attacks or does whatever to one of your party.
Okay, so 47 BC. That kind of seems like it's right in the middle of another subroutine. And that exits right there. Invert this, 48 to 54. Okay, this is a bit more complicated of a method. It's got multiple exit points. This jumps back up to 474, so I'm gonna have to do that first. 47D4, so this is a loop. Yeah, okay, this one is a little bit messy. Oh, no, this is fine, because this has a return statement after it, so I can just lift this up into here. So that probably makes more sense as 10. Okay, so this is a live character count, random character index, live car combat controller obj index. And then this breaks the loop if we have attempted this 10 times. Actually, that was the action. 371 is getting the combat
Index.
controller index of something.
Average 8. Was what the alive character combat controller.
Yes, Drew, we're still going. We're discovering so many things. We've figured out the mechanics of charging spirit, for one thing. Okay, so this is getting... That must be that. This is getting something's flag. Yeah, okay. This is getting the flag of the character that was selected. Um, no, that wasn't it. Where was it? It is 128 special effect. Um, and C0. So that's going to be in here. That'd be Charm Potion, because it's 80 and 40.
Okay.
Aha, okay, this is what makes it so the monster can't target
Yeah,
someone who's Charm Potioned.
yeah. I saw, God, some point when I was trying to fix, I think it was when I was trying to fix the power down issue. I kept seeing the 40 and 80 flags. Had no idea what they meant.
Yeah, well, there you go.
So that's a, I don't know, 2.5-month-old mystery solved.
Okay, so this is the actual this is the method that actually chooses a target.
Uh, is there code for pandemonium around there?
Haven't seen Pandemonium yet.
Should force it to attack particular target,
Hmm.
I think. That's what pandemonium does, right, Drew? I never used it.
Okay, so target gets stored in storage 28.
Charging spirit code. What an unfortunate ability. The mob usually dies by its next turn. That's what hard mode mods are for.
Yep. Yep. Okay, so handles confusion. Um, S8 equals confused. S28 equals target. What else are we setting here? S8 equals action question mark. I'm 99% sure that's action.
So
'Cause it's
far we've got 0, 9, F, and 11 for action values.
Yep. Wait, where are you seeing 11?
I think, or is this for? Wait, am I? Oh, I think I skipped a return. It's.
Should be 0, 9,
Never
and a
mind.
half.
I think it's. Yeah, no. I was looking at. I missed a return on 4850, so I was looking at this little tiny subroutine.
Oh wait,
After
actually,
the selection, the
no,
target
28
selection.
is 11 is another option if you look in the
Yeah.
targeting method.
Oh, okay. There is a jump for it there. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Okay, I was right.
Okay. Now where did we come from? 4360, right here. Okay. Handle confusion. So if it is not 1, okay, so this is not confused. 4568, that was the target method, right? No, it was not the target method, that's this.
BC or something.
45C0. Okay, that's just another method there. Okay. So 4568.
Multiplies a value by 4.
Ooh, our first multiplication.
Get storage 8 from storage 12. Do we know what storage 12 is?
Uh, if we look at the previous method, it is the aggressiveness.
Get a random value.
Divided by
100
25.
divided by 25. Added to aggressiveness times 4. That could be a random move selection.
Yeah,
And a higher
it's
aggressiveness limits the pool of moves it'll choose to the higher value ones, I believe.
that's possible. This might be the actual move selection. I'm venturing a guess that this is move selection.
That structure, the hex before the storage index.
What was that?
I said I feel like I don't recognize that printout structure with the hex value indexed by the storage value.
Oh, this is an absolute position in the script, so this would be a table in the script.
It's one of those.
So if we jumped to 21, what was it, 2178? Yeah.
It's one of those tables. Those tables that they put in the scripts and then sometimes modify at runtime.
2178, yeah. So this got decompiled as a bunch of pauses and rewinds, but yeah, this would be the table right here.
So now I try to think about how to distinguish the data tables from the actual opcodes. I haven't figured it out yet.
So yeah, this is in fact how the monster chooses its attack. Why?
Where did you jump to?
I'm back in the previous method. So why is it checking these hard-coded attack values here? So if it is E or
greater than.
or less
Yeah.
than 8.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well let's think about that a second. Like we have several values from confusion, right?
This is if it's not confused though.
Right. But I'm saying it's like the same pool of values. Right?
No, this
8 is
wasn't
the
this wasn't used in the confusion.
storage is storage 8 not an action like in the confusion?
No, this is setting S8.
Uh, hmm.
So S8 is the attack,
Yeah.
whatever, from that table.
But that's still related to the confusion stuff, right? Because it's also setting
No, this
indices for that
is
table.
no, I don't think so.
No?
4360, yeah, it wasn't doing any table lookups or anything.
No, I don't mean it was doing table lookups. I mean that those values could be indices into that table used at some other point.
No, if we go to 4568 again, you can see it only uses the aggressiveness and then this random value. So yeah, storage 8 is the
No,
aggressiveness and then it overwrites storage 8, so it doesn't use any of the stuff from the confusion.
okay. Like I said, they just use each storage thing for like a bunch of
Yeah.
different stuff.
Yeah, so straight up this is just the value loaded from that attack table. So 45C0.
Like I think I want to say that the storage values are maybe a little similar to like stack and heap kind of stuff almost. Not
Yeah,
exactly, but
storage
you know,
is literally just like variables that it can use. Like it's a very limited set of memory that it has.
like I feel like there was a logic to which variables they used for which type of things or like what persistence of values or something like that. We just have no idea what it is. Other than 7, which seems like a game state or something.
Yeah, no, 7 has very, very special meaning. A lot of meaning.
Yeah, and 0, which is just the index.
Yeah. Um, 0 to 7 are like script things, like script engine things. And then I think 8 and up are for use by the actual scripts.
That tracks with what I've seen debugging scripts and stuff.
This method is, yeah, so it actually runs into another subroutine. Oh yeah, this is pretty unfortunate. So like this jumps
Yeah,
over part of the subroutine into like the middle of it.
for the return.
So this seems like more complicated um, targeting. So the confusion seems to only use like a subset of the targeting code.
Fusion ignores Pandemonium.
Hmm.
Because we saw Charm Potion in the Confusion targeting, didn't we?
Yes,
But not Pandemonium.
that is correct.
Does anyone want to test that?
Yeah, add that to the list.
throw throw Panic Bell at something, use Pandemonium, and see if it can target somebody else.
Okay, we've got a loop here too. 46B4. $47.98. That's also $47.98. Yes, Doom, we are. This is a combat script for a monster, and we've pretty well disassembled like the entire combat process. We're getting pretty
Kiwi.
close.
So prepare for the advanced vampire Kiwi army.
47.28.
All sucking all the time. Change to make to this script. I identified the selection code.
What was that?
Saying that would probably actually be a really easy change to make to this script.
Yeah.
Now that we've identified move selection code, just figure out what index that move is. Finally going to lead to us being able to force specific enemy attacks.
I mean, yeah.
That would have been so useful with that Celibus crash.
You're not wrong.
Wouldn't have had to like overwrite the attacks it was actually using with other files.
45 DC is the start of another loop. Wait. Jumped 48, 44. Ah, shit. I have already... Oh, that's way down here. Okay, never mind. It's fine. So,
Why is there a condition checking if storage 12 is 1 and then jumping back to the line where it sets it to 1?
gotta.
Oh no, 48, 44, not 46, 44. Thank God. That was about to be really,
Okay,
really
so
incomprehensible bit of
I
code.
am... I'm gonna simplify this code by just duplicating these lines, because there's no way to restructure this without doing this.
Yeah, that
We
makes
would have
sense.
to have conflicting jumps. Okay, 47 BC. That jumps all the way down to the end here, yeah. Okay, so Chocolate said, confused a mermaid, then chucked pandemonium. It attacked itself twice and Flabby Troll once, so it did completely ignore the pandemonium. There you go.
Drew's still here? If not, they missed something about one of their favorite items.
Alright, now this is messy.
Be the confusion 25% runaway.
So this is the number of alive characters. Okay, loop over alive characters. This is getting the alive character index. Okay, so at this point, I find it very interesting that they're using that secondary script state that they allocated here to do a lot of storage.
The
So like they
the
use that
file
600 method, and all of these like double state dereferences, that's referencing the secondary script state.
to maintain certain persistent storage on the main combat controller. So they just use like a secondary script to do the sort of
Seems like it.
attack selection and other temporary stuff. You get to a point where you can jump to something else. Can you skip back to the confusion code?
Yes, if I can find it. Oh, here it is.
Because I think 9, where it sets storage 8 to 9, that could be runaway.
Yeah, because that
So
makes sense because it's not targeting anything else.
yeah, so can you just like put a note on that so we don't forget that, because we'll want to know what those values mean eventually. Night, infected Chris.
Night. Yeah, we're gonna wrap it up here very soon. It's almost midnight for me.
Almost time for all monoxides to turn into pumpkins.
Exactly. We wouldn't want that to happen on stream, would we?
No. It would be an oddly quiet stream at that point.
Okay, this is Pandemonium.
Yeah, this is the basic move selection code. Is that what we're on right now?
Almost 4 hour stream, actually.
I forgot how early you started.
Yep.
These last couple of dev streams have been marathons.
We've been going hard.
I remember last time I was like, oh, If you can start at 8:30, I could be on. You're like, no, that's exactly the wrong time, and I get on at 8:30, and you're going for like another 2.5 hours.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, this is the Pandemonium code. Subfunction 169, that's get stat.
Looping through everyone until it finds the target it's allowed to attack.
It loops through everyone to try and find someone with Pandemonium. Uh, 37, that should be 55, maybe? No. Yes? Yes. That must be on, player battle object. Nope.
It could be really simplified if Pandemonium were like a game state flag with the index of the character that was subject to it.
Monster element.
Gets the
Yeah,
live
this is,
character.
yeah. Same thing here. Loop over live characters.
Storage.
What is
Storage
167?
tab?
Okay. Find his status.
Status 4,000.
That is,
Divine Dragoon, that's what I was thinking. That's what I think I flagged that as Divine Dragoon, because that's what shows up on Dart.
why though?
So it has a secondary meaning.
Okay, so it gets the target status, and if the target is Divine Dragoon, yeah, chocolate, that must have just been a random attack.
Still haven't had a confused monster attack a character when somebody had Pandemonium, aside from the character that used it. But it can attack other monsters so far.
Game bar 50. Okay, yeah, let's just combat controller alive bunch index. stored in 28. This is pretty weird.
Substantial delay on the YouTube stream.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what is going on here. I don't need this open on the right side anymore. Okay, so 26. So this is picking a random number. Oh, okay, it's just overwriting number 9. It's not reusing the random number. Okay, this 9 equals... It seems like... It almost seems like if the character has the Divine Dragoon flag, they just get targeted.
Bridge 7. State condition.
This is Dragoon.
Okay. So if they have the Divine Dragoon flag and they've actually transformed, then set that equal to 9. Being equal to 9.
I wonder if this is one of those, like action flags.
Well, I don't know, because we were thinking 9 in the confusion one was action flag for run away, but I don't
True.
recall anything about enemies just running away from the Divine Dragoon. Is that a thing?
What an excellent question.
Happened here. I have accidentally discovered a bug that nobody nobody who isn't using a debugger will ever encounter. Uh, I I had entered an encounter while I was in the shop in Ulara,
Yeah.
and when I left that battle, I was standing on the roof.
Nice. Um, it's very confusing how many times these variables are reused. Okay, so storage 10 doesn't mean anything. It's just temporary. It's overwritten a bunch of times. Okay.
Okay, I can confirm that this overpowered Berserk Mouse did not run from Divine Dragoon Dart, despite his intimidating demeanor.
Storage 28. Is the alive character Bob index. Why is that getting set there?
Sure what to make of that
It doesn't
chocolate.
seem to be getting used. Because it's only set here. Right here it's set to the target status. So that doesn't make any sense. They're overwriting it with a index. What's this
Override
4864 do?
with an index and then setting it to something else, potentially.
Hmm. Okay, this is reading a flag from somewhere. 48 AC. Yeah, this is all data here.
We're in a subroutine for, I think, target selection still, aren't we?
I just jumped to a different subroutine.
Oh, well, I mean, what we were working on.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So it would be kind of strange to include a flag for damage reduction in target selection code.
Yeah. Okay, what is storage 9? Storage 9 is the random chance? Oh god, what is happening? Are they ANDing a value with a random number between 0 and 100? Oh god, I have a morbid curiosity.
Address
I
for the
think
data table.
I think they might be ANDing a random number with these values.
You want to know the worst part is those values might be getting modified at runtime.
Right. Okay, well, we know this is the full targeting method. Well, we know that this is not true, but I'll leave it in there anyway. Game var 45203. That's gonna be, yeah. Kill monster, aggressiveness, handle confusion, load attack, load target. And then we have a relative subroutine.
Okay. Well, that's probably going to handle the subroutines for different attacks, right? Possibly.
Most,
Or is it for different status? Which thing are we in right now?
that's this table here. It's it's got to be different attacks.
Yeah.
Because this is in the
Monster aggressiveness.
not dead or stunned or anything, and immediately after
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, so that would be after you get the index for an attack. This is where it gets the subroutine to actually execute it.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Well, I think at this point we have been going for over 4 hours again. Um, we have come very close to actually, like, fully understanding a monster combat script, which is, you know, pretty huge.
Stuff, it's not specific to like attacks and stuff, is probably going to be duplicated in at least every common enemy.
Yeah, I would really, really hope, like, really hope that it's the same script every time, just with different tables.
So, uh, I mean, some values will differ. I suspect. But
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like the tables will definitely be different, but I really hope that's the only difference.
I think there are immediate parameters that are used in certain calculations that might differ.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good question. I don't like that it's a question, but it sure is. I don't know.
Real quick,
I
what was
might.
the offset for that Dragoon, Divine Dragoon condition?
That was in 42F0. I am gonna go ahead and save this file before we lose it.
Have you not saved it this entire time?
No, I mean, Notepad++ does like automatically save files in the background, but
True. Yeah, if you could stick that on the updated copy on Pastebin or whatever. I want to look at that Divine Dragoon thing a little more at some point.
yeah, I will send this file uh, in modding.
Particular doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Oh yeah, well, we have covered way more ground than I thought we would here tonight. I didn't expect to be decompiling and reverse engineering a monster script, but here we are. We didn't quite accomplish what we set out to do, which was create a fully unique monster, but we have made great headway in that, and I think this is going to be what we'll be doing for the next few dev streams. So look forward to that. Uh,
Excitement for horror.
yeah, a little, a very healthy mix of both. You might lean towards the horror a little bit. I know we do whenever we think about the script engine. I mean, hey, at least we're not just reading raw hex anymore.
Yeah, that's brutal.
That that's an improvement. The script disassembler I wrote is working really, really well.
It's helped. It helped me immeasurably when I was unoofing the oofening.
Yeah, if anyone doesn't know, TFC actually recently fixed like multiple retail issues in the Livitz oof scene. Um, one of which, uh, if you haven't already seen what we did, is gonna blow your goddamn mind. Go back and watch that scene where Livitz is killed. Dirt doesn't have arms for half the scene. Like straight up, he just has no arms.
Yeah, when he's cradling Lavitz, he's got like a single arm holding him up, and then he's just got his stump.
This is in the retail game too. Like you could play this on a PS1. And as far as I could tell, like I googled this for a while trying to see if anyone had noticed this before, and as far as I can tell, no one has noticed. But he just doesn't have arms.
I have never seen anybody mention that. It has blown my mind
Yeah.
that none of us noticed this.
Or the devs. The devs didn't notice
Or
either,
the
apparently.
devs. Or there's just like a tiny chest plate in the background at one point.
Yep. Didn't you say that Lloyd is also just standing inside of a pot at one point?
Lloyd is everywhere. Lloyd is in like 5 or 6 different positions. Every time they cut back to him, he's standing somewhere else. I swear to God. Like,
It's
I
it's
know
like
one point he's like standing behind the little circle of the pots. At one point he's standing between the pots. Then he's like on a pot. They didn't have any sort of positional consistency in that scene. Like
it's
Lavitz dies on the pots, and then Dart's holding him in the middle of the arena.
it's like they just did this all on purpose to see if anyone would notice.
Yeah. Uh, I mean, I guess good on them. I didn't notice for a long time, but now that I've like had to study these scenes, I can't stop.
Yeah, I mean, like none of us ever noticed this, and then the only reason TFC noticed was because of fixing some of the like graphical bugs in that scene and paying extremely close attention to every single frame.
I had to step like frame by frame and like script step by script step through that scene to fix something totally different, and then noticed how many retail problems there were in it.
I will never get over that Dart just has no arms in that scene. Like it, no one noticed, and they're just not there.
Forget tiny hands. Where's Dart's arm?
Yeah, I don't feel so bad about the tiny arms
Yeah,
anymore.
well, because the issue is like when they're changing shots in the scene, with the models at least, they're turning different pieces, like different objects of the model, off and on, depending on like what's going to look good in the scene, right? Like if they don't want a piece like interfering with the edge of a shot or something, they'll just turn it off and kind of fudge it. But like with Dart's arm, at some point they turned it off and they forgot to turn it back on.
Yeah, I think it was when they swapped in like high resolution hands for him, so they weren't just like blobs.
Yeah, it's right after that.
Yeah, so they turn off his regular model arms, swap in like higher quality arms with like actual fingers for when he's holding Livitz's hand, and then they unload those high quality arms and just don't turn his regular arms back on.
Yeah. And the chest plate, it's because they did not update the the Z depth or like the Z index of the damaged chest plate effect when they switched off of showing Lavitz lying there. So they like cut away from Lavitz and they show Albert, but they never changed the Z index. So that particular effect still renders when it's not supposed to, or should be rendering off screen somewhere, but they just didn't change its position or its Z index, so it's just tiny and in the background
Yeah,
behind Albert's head.
just Levitz's impaled chest just laying on the ground in the background.
And now I notice things like Lloyd's screwed up wing in the final fight against Nolu Frama.
Yeah, you've gone down the rabbit hole now.
Yeah, at some point I'm just going to be like looking through all these cutscenes. Well, I mean, I've already found out what their like lack of keyframe count has done to things when they move. Like never watch these cutscenes in slow motion ever. It's an absolute nightmare of like dismembered flying limbs.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what we're gonna shake out when we eventually experiment with like animation upscaling, like
Oh,
interpolating new
yeah.
frames.
It's
It's
gonna
gonna
be a
be a thing.
nightmare. It's going to look awful. where Shauna just turns in like 3 frames into Rose after Lavitz dies. Both of her limbs just like fucking spin on separate axes.
Yeah, and
And this is 100% retail. Like, if you go on a YouTube video of the cutscene and just watch it and like pause on the right frame, you'll see her limbs doing ungodly things.
yeah, there's one point in I think it's one of the cutscenes when you're just before the Divine Dragoon where Maru is just like halfway inside of Dart.
Just like she always wanted.
Yeah. All right. Well, on that note, I am gonna call it a night. So thank you for your help, and we will be back at this next week for sure, if we haven't already finished it by then. Um, keep an eye in keep an eye on the modding channel. I'm not sure if we're going to be working on this because we are also working on polishing up the recommended build number 2. I'm aiming to get that out probably within the next like 3 weeks or so. Um, anyone who's been playing on recommended build 1 and not the dev builds, you're in for a pretty big surprise. We've got a lot of new stuff and a lot of improved stuff in the new builds. Do you have anything else to add before we go?
Thanks everyone who came out for the dev stream.
Yeah.
And
And
stuck around.
yeah, seriously. And thank you to all of my Ko-fi supporters as well. My founders, JMan001, Deningrad, my researcher Zach, and my mercenaries of Orthod, Doom Metal, Platinum Surge, Milk Lizard, and Chocolate. If for some reason you want to encourage me to do more of this, a link to my Ko-fi will be in the chat.